90 minutes or something at the end of the day. So it could be one of those days, just waiting around for the full stop.
Anderson Bowles, and this one is just open face back down towards backward point by Abid, who's playing Anderson fairly comfortably at the moment. No great scares for him. Shan Masood was the player that was dropped this morning by Josh Butler. The TV company just showing us now Jimmy Anderson's slow motion action as he delivers, and the stresses and strains on the bowler's body there.
Other than the little period where he tinkered with it, it's stayed the same all the way through, hasn't it?
Anderson Bowles onto the pads. This one's worked towards square leg as a misfield there, and the Pakistan duo decide not to run on that misfield as the ball actually squirts closer to the mid-on fielder as a result of that. Probably a wise decision, as runs aren't really a factor for Pakistan here. It's just about getting to the finish line of this test match, whenever that is, be it realistically at the end of today's play with what's due tomorrow. It was Don Bess's misfield there, and Joffa Archer was on hand to pick it up.
You say runs aren't a factor. I've seen a few Pakistan fans saying, well, if we could get to 400 in this innings, you never know.
Anderson Bowles, this one nips back into Abid. There's a shout for a caught behind. Anderson goes up, and so do the slips, but the umpire says no, and then I think realism hits Root and Butler, and they decide it's not worth a review.
Yeah, there wasn't conviction in that, was there? I can sometimes tell with the body language on the field whether they actually really believe it or whether it's a hopeful appeal, and that looked more like hope to me, and as it proved. We did see one in the last test match which was very similar to that, but on the replay it did show a slight snick, so see what Ultra Edge tells us in a few moments' time. I'm sure we'll see a replay of it at some stage, but yeah, on the basis of what you can see with your naked eye there, it didn't look like there was an edge, and the batsman didn't look guilty either, so that's sometimes a telling sign.
So Stuart Broad gets the ball again. The deficit 267 for Pakistan, but this is a solid start. Foundations being laid here by the left and right hand combination. You mentioned earlier how Pakistan have high hopes that this can be their opening partnership for quite a few years to come, despite Abid Ali being a bit of a late starter at test level. He looks a good foil for Shan Masood as round the wicket Broad now attacks the left hand as off stump, and this one is defended by Shan in towards square leg, fielded by Don Bess.
Well, the signs on there that, I mean, Shan Masood, not totally convinced by him, but he's a good player. Abid Ali is the one that I like the look of slightly more, but it's kind of, you know, left hand, right hand. It's everything's going for it really in terms of the contrasting styles of these two. So you can understand why Pakistan, you know, rate them both and want them to be together to both, and want to try and get that kind of cohesive understanding going.
Broad round the wicket, balls to Shan, who tries to hit firmly back down the wicket, mistimes it, but it's no run anyway.
I heard a really nice interview with Shan Masood the other day. He's an intelligent bloke. He speaks numerous languages. He was at university in Durham. He tried to do a Geordie accent in the interview and it didn't quite work. But he obviously he's a bookworm. He sits in the corner. He's quite quiet, I think, and he likes to read. He likes to read about psychology, and he's interested in how the brain works in terms of sport. So the next one's just slide down to the offside. There's no run. So an intelligent bloke. He's a key member of that sort of think tank in terms of the players in the Pakistan dressing room. So, you hear people talking about Josh Butler. He gives more to the team than just what we see on the pitch, and I think Shan Masood's one of those as well. I think he's quite key to them in terms of support for Azhar Ali as captain.
Yeah, Azhar Ali is in the hot seat, waiting to come out to bat. I'm sure he's glad of the rest that he's had today after a long vigil, long stint at the crease yesterday. As Broad bowls, this one's back of a length and pulled by Abid, but a good stop by a very alert and live-looking Don Bess there at mid-wicket. Does the job, stops any runs. He's a pretty lively character as well, isn't he? Don Bess. I saw a bit of a brief interview with him during the rain break, where he really did talk very well actually about his craft and how he goes about setting batsmen up and using every trick in the book really that he knows anyway to try and bowl well for England. He felt that he perhaps was a little bit too expensive yesterday. He got his line a little bit wrong. Next one, who has beaten the bat there. It swerves away with late swing as it goes past Shan and his outside edge as he fenced at that one from Broad.
I really like Dom Bess. I spent a little bit of time with him when he was with the MCC in Barbados a couple of years ago, 18 months ago, whenever it was, and he strikes you as being somebody that's quite intelligent, quite bright. He's got kind of like glints in his eyes. He loves playing cricket and he works very hard, and that's what England like about him. I think he's got that energy. He's good in the field. He can bat as well. He brings quite a lot to the party, I think, as a package, and he's young.
This one's driven down the ground by Shan. It's a terrific connection. He's struck it firmly down towards long on, and it will just trickle over the boundary rope with Chris Wokes giving chase to no avail, as that takes Pakistan to 47 without loss at the end of the 22nd over. Abid on 22. Shan catching him up now on 18 not out.
Yeah, nice shot that, wasn't it, by Shan Masood? Just goes straight through the line, off drive, and sends it down. I mean, the amount of rain that fell, there were big raindrops and they fell heavily. So ground staff have done a terrific job to get it on, back on as quickly as they have done. I mean, you can see the effect on the outfield there, because that was really nicely timed by Shan Masood. You expected it to just race away to the boundary, and it nearly held up. So it's like you have to time to get really good value for your shots. You're going to have to hit them really well. Otherwise, they're going to, the grounds might actually just eat them up and stop them going for four.
Anderson's in again to Abid, who plays a bit of a false shot there, inside edge out towards square legs. Chase on from Bess, who throws it back in. It was a better throw there, could have been in trouble. He was a bit off balance when he threw it, Bess, and probably lacked a bit of arm strength, but had that been on target, I'm not sure Abid would have made it back for the second run. However, he did. He now moves to 24. Shan is 18. Pakistan 49 without loss.
Like you say, he was falling backwards, wasn't he? All his momentum, his body momentum, was going back away from the stumps he was aiming at, and that's not a great message, or a great cocktail rather, to get the ball on target.
It's like Bracey's now fielding at backward point.
2 wickets for Jimmy Anderson. I'm getting impatient. Come on.
Here is Anderson, who bowls to Abid, and he's solid in defence as he meets this one with a full face to the bat, maker's name and all that, 86 miles an hour, but Abid looks very solid, very organised in his defence, and it's going to be a hard man to get out. I think Anderson would probably, well, I don't know, he's got Abid out as well in the series, but I just get the feeling that Shan Masood may be a little bit looser, a little bit less tight in his defence, shall we say. Abid's put one or two decent scores together in this series. I think he got a 60. This next one is just played down into the ground from outside the off stump by the veteran opener. Yeah, he's got an average of 63 in his Test career, so his statistics look great, don't they? 2 tons already, 150, best of 174. That's only in 6 matches, so in terms of a nascent Test career, it's got real promise, despite coming at a late stage of his development. As Anderson bowls again, this one's a bouncer, an attempted bouncer, and he's just dropped it down underneath his chin towards Bess, running in from square leg. No run. Average
is going down quite quickly, though. When he arrived in this country after playing 3 Test matches, it was well over 100. But he's done okay, hasn't he, in these conditions over these last 3 games? He looks quite well organised. And sometimes when a player comes into the side in their 30s after having a lot of experience in domestic cricket, they've got to the stage where they know their game, and maybe it doesn't quite mean quite as much to them, so they relax a little bit more, and you get more out of your game as a result of that.
Anderson bowls this one down the leg side, and it's just fended off by Abid around about sort of rib cage height, and there is no run again. Anderson trying to bang a couple in here, and he's actually might have hurt Abid there. He's wringing his fingers out there as if that did strike the finger or the thumb and the grip he had on the bat. So Anderson may have just softened up Abid Ali with that last delivery. And with 2 sort of shorter pitch deliveries on the trot there, you get the feeling that that was Anderson's intent, to try and do something like that, to try and ruffle his feathers a bit.
It's been apparent during this summer, isn't it, that Jimmy's been bowling with decent pace. Gone are the days where he was kind of mid-80s, low 80s. He's dropping in and following a lot of deliveries just shy of 90, isn't he, during this test series? And that's a hard ball. If it hits you wrongly on your hand there, despite the fact you've got gloves on, that's hurt Abid Ali, hasn't it? The physio's going to come out and have a look at it.
Well, this is all we need if they're trying to get 52 overs in this long evening session. Breaks like this, but can't be helped, can they, when a batsman gets injured like that? Certainly not faking it, is he? You see from the replay that he was struck on the hand.
It's all about you, Simon Barlow, isn't it? You know, poor old Abid's out there in agony, and you're only interested in the over rate, honestly.
I'm interested in the over rate for the England chances of victory, to be honest. You know, not just trying to say I need to get home tonight to bath the dog or anything like that.
That's what you race home for, is it?
Not at all. Although he probably does need a bath.
A glimpse into the life of Simon Barlow.
He's having some freeze spray on it now, is Abid Ali, so the physio has come out well equipped with spray and painkillers. He's just checking his back again. He's got some flex in his fingers, hasn't he? So he's probably not broken anything, and it's probably just one of those nasty injuries that will bruise up.
I think it's sometimes when you get that hard ball and it traps your finger against the bat handle, that's when it really does the damage, because it kind of squashes it into the wood that's in your bat handle, and that's where you can get some really nasty breaks. That's where Nasser was saying they used to call him poppadom fingers, didn't they? Because every time the ball hit his fingers, they shattered. But the rules for Abid Ali is going to be okay there. It's just obviously painful. You know, you don't need to break your finger for it to hurt, do you?
No, I've trapped my fingers in the door many times, and I'm sure it's a very similar feeling. Is Anderson over the wicket, balls to Abid, and this one, he's had a go at that one, and it's just held its line outside off stump and gone through to Butler. Testing over that from Abid Ali. Anderson has just started to pose a few questions there, and the score remains 46 without loss.
It's funny, isn't it?
49 without loss, sorry.
We were talking about it earlier, but when people are close to landmarks, it's probably because you're watching more and you're trying to track their progress towards that landmark. It shouldn't really matter. 598 is good enough. It shouldn't really matter that he has to get 2 more to suddenly get validification. But it's amazing how every single thing kind of slows down that process. People drop catches, you beat the outside edge, you don't get the edge, and it's all oohs and ahs rather than celebrations, isn't it, at the moment for Jimmy Anderson?
Just feel that way, doesn't it? Yeah, you're absolutely right. It's the great grand scheme of things, 598 is brilliant, but 600 would be better. Here's Broad in again, right arm over the wicket to Shan, who just shoulders arms outside the off stump. That one not really threatening the stumps, and Broad hasn't been as threatening, I don't think, as Anderson today. You know, obviously over the course of the summer, his stats would tell you that's very vastly, very different. Now Anderson's come for a bit of a word with Root. It seems like there's some sort of discussion going on about plans to these two, and Anderson and Root have had a bit of a say at the end of that last Anderson over. And now Anderson's had another think about it and come and said something else to Root, so I wonder what's going on there.
It's good, isn't it? I mean, Root's got his senior men. Broad and Anderson are very senior.
Broad bowls. This one is defended by Shan. I'm not sure he knew where that had gone, but he got fully behind it, and it's played back to Broad. Now Root's come over again, and there's another conversation with Anderson. So are they thinking about changing ends, maybe? As Anderson said, look, I've had a few overs from this end, I want to change ends. I don't know.
Maybe Anderson's retiring mid-test match.
That would be controversial.
I've had enough, Joe. Nobody's catching any balls off me. I'm beating the outside edge. I'm just fed up with it. I'm off.
Broad comes in again. Third ball there over to Shan Masood. This one is fuller and driven beautifully out towards Anderson himself at mid-on, who doesn't quite take it cleanly, but got enough behind it. He's applying some of his own forehead sweat from his brow, and then polishing down the leg of his right leg of his whites.
It still remains only Saliva Sibley, isn't it, that's actually gone to the tongue during this summer and had to get a little bit of a rebuke for it, and the ball cleaned as a result. Everybody else has been using their sweat and
that's a good shout for LBW, and the finger goes up. Broad's got his man Abid in front there, playing no shot, and that's going to really have him in big trouble. He's reviewed though.
It's Shan, isn't it? That
I thought I said Shan. Sorry, yeah, it is Shan. Clearly Shan.
But I mean, Shan's been out or nearly out 2 or 3 times in this inning so far. He's kind of one of these batsmen that goes by the seat of his pants, isn't he? And left that one alone. Now, whether I just click the stumps, the umpire's giving it, so it just has to hit the stumps, and that's probably going to go on and take his off peg, isn't it?
Yeah, I think he's out here. England have got the first wicket. Although he has reviewed, this is probably not a good review from Shan Masood. Pitches in line, hits him in line. It's umpire's call as it's clipping the off stump, and he has gone. England, well, the review is retained by Pakistan, I should say. So obviously, as it's umpire's call, he felt it was worth a stab, and he wasn't far away actually, because he's only just clipping the off stump. And in your future DRS system, James, that would be not out.
Yeah, I think it should be. And on that occasion, the umpire gave it out. The umpire said, no, I'm giving it not out. And then Broad had reviewed it.
Yeah.
And it would have not been a wicket. That makes no sense to me, how you can have the same ball, depending on who reviews it, you get a different verdict. That doesn't make any sense. But on this occasion, Shan Masood falls foul. He's gone for 18. LBW to Stuart Broad, whose fantastic summer continues. And I think, I mean, you talking about the comparison between Broad's summer and Jimmy's summer. I think he had a couple of dodgy spells at Old Trafford, but apart from that, I think he's bowled really well this summer, and I think he's had a lot of spells like we've seen over the last sort of half a day where it's just not quite gone for him at times. He's had catches dropped, he's beaten the outside edge, set batsmen up, and then the plans haven't quite, come to fruition by a millimetre or two. And I'm not saying Stuart Broad's bowled badly by any means, because he hasn't. He's bowled really well, but all the luck that Jimmy hasn't had at various times, I think Stuart Broad's taken a chunk of that. He's had batsmen caught down the leg side off an inside edge. He's had, he's kind of capitalised on the fact that Jimmy's bowled well the other end and not taken the wickets, and he's crept in, taken them himself. And that's what happens. You get a good bowling partnership like these two are. It's a legendary bowling partnership. You help each other. And I saw an article a couple of test matches ago about how many occasions have Broad and Anderson both fired in terms of wickets in the same innings, and it's very, very few. Usually, one of them picks up 1 or 2, and the other one goes on and gets a 5er or a 6er. Yeah. Very, very rarely have they taken 5 each, kind of thing, and walked off both as heroes in the same innings. They help each other.
Yes, that's a very good point. Yeah, there is definitely you get the feeling that Anderson has not had the luck that 1 or 2 others have had, and anyway, Broad has got the breakthrough. Great delivery. He set him up as well with a couple of ones that were just wider of that same line that he took, and this one just held its line, or just maybe nipped back enough to have Shan LBW, but it was a marginal decision. Anyway, here comes Broad balls to Azhar Ali, the new batsman, star of yesterday for Pakistan. He just defends the first one into a square leg.
How often do you see, Simon, a batsman, I mean, he's effectively starting on 141 not out in this innings, isn't he? Yeah. And how often do you see a batsman who's done really well in the first innings? Very rarely do you see them back that up with something really meaningful the second time around. They often get out very cheaply the second time around, so England will be hoping that strikes again. If they can get rid of Azhar and get down into the middle order, who knows today?
And he defends the next one from Broad, back down the wickets, and that is the end of a big over from Stuart Broad. He's got the wicket of Shan Masood. England trying to get that roll going, trying to get that momentum. Have got something going now. Pakistan 49 for 1 after 24 overs, and Pakistan still trailing by 261. I think we can probably forget about the number of runs Pakistan are trailing by now, because England aren't going to bat in this test match again, are they? Realistically, England are not going to get a chance to bat in this test match again, no matter how many Pakistan get, because there just won't be enough time.
I think what we're doing as well, every time a batsman gets out in this Pakistan innings, we're effectively saying goodbye to them. Certainly the ones that aren't going to be playing in the white ball stuff. Shan Masood, enjoyed watching him bat. That 156 that he scored at Old Trafford was certainly not a chance that's not. He rode his luck, but I think the second half of that innings he showed what he could do as a cricketer. And so it's goodbye Shan Masood, and we're kind of getting a procession now of, well, hopefully from England's point of view, a procession of batsmen saying goodbye to this Test series.
Anderson about to start his 9th over of the innings, comes into Abid Ali, and the right-hander is perfectly into defence. Azhar backing up from the non-strikers, and there's no run as it goes out towards extra cover. But it is very strange, isn't it, how many times you see a player make a big score. Well, Shan Masood is the perfect example. 156 in the first innings of the first Test, duck in the second innings. So, you know, it so often is the case, isn't it? And Azhar has got to be watchful of that happening to him today.
I wonder if it's because you start off feeling overconfident because you played so well the first time around. You expect it's going to continue when you forget to actually, lay the foundations of your innings again.
Anderson's in again, balls to Azhar, who's stretching forward out of his crease to defend that one into the offside. He looks not only well organised but fully focused as well. Abid Ali, gritty, sort of nuggety performer, isn't he? And his runs perhaps don't come as easily on the eye as some other batsmen, but it's a tough wicket to get, isn't he? And he's looking to.
He's done well as well because he looks like he's learnt from every single Test match he's played in England. It's obviously alien conditions for some of these Pakistani batsmen, and he's done well.
Oh, Anderson threatening him with the bouncer again, or the back of the length delivery that gets up around about his neck, and he sort of fights it off again, looking quite uncomfortable there. And Anderson's just hit on something here, hasn't he? He sees this batsman who's barely over 5'2", who crouches down at the crease, and he knows he doesn't have to bowl lightning pace or even bang it in at halfway to get up around his neck, and he's just having a little look here to see if Abid can deal with it. Now he's brought in a leg gully as well, so this is definitely part of Anderson's plan to Abid Ali. He's in again to the opener. This one's another one that's banged in, and this time Abid was expecting it. Goes down onto one knee, gets his drops the hands on the bat and sees it go through to Butler.
You wonder if that's what Joe Root and Anderson were discussing, and that maybe Anderson has watched a bit of footage. They've all got, obviously, on the analyst computer, there is probably footage of every single one of these players. They'll have done their homework. The analysts will have compiled dossiers, and they'll have had team meetings about the various strengths and weaknesses of the opposition. Whether they've actually noticed something during this series that Abid Ali isn't fantastic against the short ball, and Jimmy said to Joe Root, right, I'm going to go bodyline.
Next delivery is outside the off stump, length ball defended by Abid on 24, not out. He's faced 81 deliveries, so it's a good job for his team, as Abid Ali so far, but he'll want a score to finish off his series. Ahmed Rizwan has put together a couple of 50s in this 3-match series, just 4 innings, 72 at the Chiefs Bowl in that rain-affected second Test, and 53, could have been more yesterday, in partnership with the Centurion Azhar Ali for all of it. Anderson bowls again. This one's played off the back foot, nice back foot drive through the covers. Broad is herring after it, as is another England fielder, Bracey, but Broad will reach it first. The back for 3, I think. Nope, they keep it at 2. Abid moves to 26. That's the end of the over. Pakistan 51 for 1.
I have noticed in this innings that one of the features of Pakistan's batting through the entire series so far has been drop it and run, some harem scarum runs at times, but they've really maximised the singles and turn for 3 when other batsmen would have maybe sat for 2. It's been noticeable, I think, in this innings. They know that runs aren't necessarily the be-all and end-all, so I think they've taken the run out the equation. They've not been quite as frantic in their calling, and just try to play it a bit safer when it comes to the quick singles. Great strike above the Aegeus Bowl, but it's not anywhere near as threatening as it was before they went off for it's a major shower. It was a proper downpour.
Yeah. Apparently a centimetre of rain came down. Is that a centimetre a lot? I know an inch is a lot, isn't it? But a centimetre of rain came down in 45 minutes.
It's enough, isn't it? It's enough. I mean, if you put a centimetre of water across the ground, you're going to be sloshing through it. So all of that suddenly hits the top of the surface. I mean, the ECB did a fantastic thing. When was it? It had been about 2008, somewhere in that region. They invested a lot of money in giving grants and loans out to counties to boost their drainage. I was working at Yorkshire Cricket at the time, and we brought up all the turf, and for a whole winter they were digging up the outfield and then have to relay it all again.
Jofra Archer's into the attack, replacing the wicket taker Broad. So Broad takes a wicket in that over and then doesn't get to follow it up. It's Archer who replaces him from the northern end and bowls a delivery that's on a length that just played out to the onside. Well, if Anderson is bouncing Abid Ali, surely that's going to be something that Jofra Archer's going to be asked to do here when he gets to bowl to him.
That's what I was thinking. He's obviously got Azhar Ali in his sights at the moment, but if they've decided that they're going to bounce Abid Ali out of this series, then Jofra is as good as anybody.
Archer bowls full outside the off stump, left alone by Azhar. A little bit too far wide of the right-hander's stance at 84 miles an hour.
That's a poor ball there from Jofra, because you've got Azhar Ali new in at the crease. Now, you know he can bat. He's coming off the back of 141 not out. So what you want to do is try and get him to play as much as possible in the early start of this innings, before his feet start moving, before he gets back into that groove again. By giving them those looseness well outside the off stump, he's going to leave those alone all the time.
Archer balls again, and there's another outside the off stump, which does go through with a bit better carry, but again, it's only 83 miles an hour, and this looks quite friendly bowling from Jofra Archer at the moment. There's no real menace to it at all.
I mean, if you ask most batsmen, obviously when you're trying to play for time in a draw, where would you prefer a fast bowler to bowl to you? 2 yards outside the off stump would probably be answer A, wouldn't it? Do anything, you just watch it go by.
Yeah. Archer's in again to Azhar Ali, and that's a bit better. Back of a length, 84 miles an hour, got up around about chest high, but still too far outside the off stump to get Azhar to play.
I was looking at pictures of cricketers playing in the Bob Willis Trophy during that interval, and I tweeted out some of the hairbears that are out there in county cricket. Keaton Jennings, wow! If you want to see it, look at the @cricket_badger Twitter feed. I've done a picture, put out a picture of Keaton Jennings. He has got huge hair.
Archer bowls again. This one just on a length and gets up a little bit, 87 miles an hour, defended by Azhar Ali on his toe. So he's starting to crank it up a bit now, Jofra Archer, after some very slightly off-speed looseners. Also loosening up now is Don Bess, who's just trying to remind the captain that he's out there and willing to bowl. 25 overs old, 26 overs old now, this ball, so it might be time for a bit of Don Bess soon as well. Archer comes in to finish this over to Azhar Ali. Ball's outside the off stump, again left alone by Abid. So a consistent over from Jofra Archer, getting quicker as it went, but didn't really threaten the stumps of the Pakistan captain. It remains 51 for 1.
Would be a big afternoon for Don Bess, wouldn't it? There was a better turn there for the Pakistani spinners, and it's obviously day 4. That surface will have worn a little bit. There's no sign of it breaking up. It's not kind of become full of craters and cracks and horribleness, but Don Bess will probably quite fancy a little bit of a bowl. And if he comes on, then you'd hope that Joe Root will give him a good sort of 8, 9, 10 overs or something from one end while he rotates the seamers from the other end. As Don Bess is coming into the attack, he was not warming up for nothing, and he enters the fray now. And I think we spoke before the break. I really like Don Bess. I think he's got a lot about him in terms of his character and his temperament. He's a live wire. He's a bit up and at them as a spinner. You can't just be really boring and sort of flat as a spinner. You've got to kind of impose your body language like Graham Swan did, and I think he's got the ingredients to be a really good Test match bowler. It's obviously early days for him at the moment. He'll be learning a lot this summer by playing. He's effectively learning his trade in front of the TV cameras, and that's quite a hard thing to do, but he's got the right attitude, and it's going to be interesting to see how he bowls this afternoon.
Napoleon Dynamite. You seen it?
I haven't, no.
That was my first my first reaction when I saw the picture you tweeted about Keaton Jennings. He looks like Napoleon Dynamite.
And then there's another one I've tweeted out about Ben Folkes, which you've seen a little bit on the edges of the around the Test matches. Ben Folkes is a ridiculously good-looking man, and he has wild hair at the moment. His long, flowing, dark locks are wild and untamed. And when he took his helmet off, celebrating his century for Surrey earlier on today, it was like Tarzan or something. It was like coming out from under the helmet. It was ridiculous.
Yeah. So England have got that short leg fielder in for, obviously it's for Dom Bess here, right arm over the wicket, the spinner, balls to Abid, and this one he's just defended on off stump. Wasn't really too much turn there, first delivery from Dom Bess.
The other one that I tweeted out as the third one in the group of pictures is a little bit of a joke. Live has been politically challenged for some years now.
Best balls, this one's fuller and just pushed away out towards mid-off by Abid Ali. Bess is, like I say, his own harshest critic. He was telling the TV interviewers earlier that he felt he got his line slightly wrong yesterday and probably went for about 20 more runs than he needed to. That one's turned back in sharply to Abid, who plays outside the line as it comes into the pad, but he got outside the line of off stump, and there is no appeal for LBW. Good bounce as well there from Bess's delivery, so he's found a nice groove already. Nothing too short, nothing too full from him so far. He comes in again. Looks like he's bowling into the wind as well, Dom Bess, and he might get a bit of drift with that as he bowls into the pads. And this one's going to be flicked away for runs by Abid. Just be one as it's picked up by Burns, who runs from mid wicket to field. 52 for 1.
You said yesterday, Dom Bess was saying that he didn't quite have the control that he was looking for and leaked a few runs. He's quite keen to get it on land it on a sixpence today, so he can, Joe Root can trust him, put some closer fielders in there. I'm surprised they haven't got more close fielders in than they have been, because the runs really aren't an issue today.
Comes in again here, Bess. Bowling to Azhar Ali now, and the Pakistan captain is going to just nudge one down towards short leg, where it's picked up quickly by Bracey, and there is no run.
If you're setting a field, you're looking for 9 more wickets, and do you need boundary riders? Do you need the fielders that are being defensive?
Best balls, and this one is defended by Azhar in front of his pads, and that's a tidy first over from Dom Bess. He went for 1 run, but did get a bit of turn, and it looks like a project worth continuing with there, as Joe Root just gives him a nod of encouragement as he runs past. So Pakistan 52 for 1 after 27, and we've got an interesting bowling combination there, haven't we, with Archer at one end and Bess at the other.
Yeah, and I quite like that as well. It makes it harder for the batsman to get into rhythm, because you've got one bowler bowling fast, you've got another bowler bowling spin from the other end. 2 very different challenges. Sometimes England's attack can look quite samey, can't it, with Stokes bowling from one end and, say, Jimmy bowling from the other. Batsmen can get kind of used to that kind of pace and get set, but at the moment they're being asked different questions from different ends.
So it's Archer coming into Abid Ali now, and he bowls his first. It's edged, but it's edged down. It bounces a couple of times before it reaches Butler, but he finds the edge there, Jofra. First delivery of that second over of his. Abid Ali outside the line of off stump, just crouching forward and not getting any of the middle of his bat on it. He was late on the shot, actually. So can Archer crank it up further? He's not quite reached 90 miles an hour yet, but he's getting there as he comes in again to Abid Ali and bowls. This one's left alone outside the off stump. Similar line and length to the one he bowled to Azhar in the previous over there.
You got 2 bowlers on now, Simon, Archer and Bess, that in different ways have still got a lot to prove. Archer's a world-class player. I don't think anybody doubts that. It's just how are they going to use him in this Test team. Bess is a young player still trying to prove himself and make his way in the game, but either one has a really good afternoon. They could go a long way towards cementing their reputation.
Or bouncer from Archer, next delivery. Yeah, sorry, James. Yeah, I totally agree. Both with a bit to prove, and both trying to ensure that they're part of the Ashes plans for a year and 2 months' time, something like that. A year and 3 months they'll be due to tour Australia. But he bounced Abid with a next delivery that went through quite rapidly. Abid was forced to duck down, take evasive action.
I wonder whether I'd love to be a fly on the wall on discussions when Rip's talking to Archer ahead of spells.
Yeah, this next delivery is back of a length on off stump, and Abid chops it down into the ground with a slight sort of arc of the back coming from third man, but then rehearses another shot, probably a more technically correct shot after the ball's been picked up by Anderson rather.
We've had a few bites of Anderson today, haven't we? And yet to take a wicket, had the one drop. I'm sure he'll come back again a bit later on this afternoon.
Here's Archer again, bowls to Abid, who just gets this one on the pads and turns it away nicely with a roll of the wrists down to fine leg for a single.
Abid's playing well, isn't he? He never looks completely in, Abid Ali, but so bowlers are always thinking I've got a little bit of a chance here, but somehow he kind of rides his luck a little bit. He's got a lot of determination, as you said, and he's got a tight enough technique to still get the ball away when he's under pressure. He's a decent player.
He is. He's looking like a real obstinate sort of force for Pakistan out there at the moment. As Azhar now waits, he's still on 0 not out as Archer bowls to him on the pads, and that's him off the mark, so he'll be relieved about that. 141 yesterday and 2 to start off today as he comes back for the second run after just turning one off the pads there from Jofra Archer. But it was 91 miles an hour, so that's the quickest he's bowled today, Jofra, but onto the pads then Azhar picked him off. So 55 for 1 at the end of that over, and it's going to be back to Dom Bess, and I think that 45 minutes has flown by, hasn't it, really, since the resumption. In good conditions now to bat, but England have got that breakthrough, and it'll be over to you, James, for the commentary now.
Yeah, looking at the way Azhar Ali started his innings during this series, he, as a lot of the Pakistan batsmen, to be honest, he's not a good person to be on naught, and he can stay on naught for quite some time. So he'll be relieved to get off the mark there. He'll know that a lot of people who get big innings in the first innings don't always get big innings in the second innings, so he'll be quite pleased to be underway again as one slip and a short leg is forced off the back foot by Abid Ali. At best fields off his own bowling. Abid gives a nod to Azhar, who's obviously offered him some advice. Probably just bat all afternoon, mate. 55 for 1 Pakistan. Runs not really relevant. It's the for 1 bit that's the key part of that. The best bowl's a bit short, forced away by Abid Ali off the back foot, straight to the fielder at cover.
I thought he got himself into a little bit of a tangle there, Abid, actually, going onto the back foot. Seemed like a bit of a late decision to rock onto the back foot there, maybe not quite picking the length as it came out, but you're absolutely right, it was a bit fuller than previous deliveries.
Here comes Bess again, 47 on his back. But if he gets to choose that, he bowls, and that's defended off the back foot again, down to the fielder at short leg. So I imagine it's James Bracey, who seems to have just substituted almost like for like the Ollie Pope role, who would usually be under the lid, but Pope's off with a little shoulder injury. Hopefully, for his sake, it is a little shoulder injury. Bowls again, tossed up and defended by Abid Ali. Into the leg side with no run. You can imagine something like Abid Ali. You can see why he's got runs before he came to England on sort of flatter pitches in the subcontinent, where he's got the kind of temperament where you can see him batting for a long time and getting big hundreds. Best bowls again, defended by Abid Ali down to the fielder at short leg. Best with his sunglasses on. Still has to shield his eyes from the sun with his hand as the ball's thrown back to him. So the sun is bright down there at the GS Bowl at the moment. I haven't said that too often this year, have we?
No, it's been a bit of a graveyard for late finishes.
Bowls and defended by Abid Ali into the leg side again. So good over this from Dom Bess, but not really looked like taking a wicket. That's the end of the over. 55 for 1 Pakistan. With the weather forecast around tomorrow looking pretty grim. And will be certainly trying their hardest to take 9 wickets in the remaining overs today. They've got the sort of fairly higher looking clouds, a couple of sort of dirty bottom, but nothing too dramatic looking. But it's rolling across the top of the Aegeus Bowl. I don't know what the forecast is for this early part of the evening. I'm giving up looking at the weather forecast because they're very rarely right. That doesn't look too threatening at the moment. Wait, if there is a blanket of cloud, it might bring bad light into play later on. Pakistan 55 for 1 as Jofra Archer comes into bowl again. Right arm over, 3 slips waiting. They are not into use there as that's defended back down the track. Archer fields off his own bowling, threatens to throw down. Azhar Ali doesn't. Azhar Ali hasn't moved down to his tree.
Yeah, he's bowling full, isn't he? Or quite full for him. Obviously his length can be a little bit shorter than his natural length can be a little bit shorter than the other seamers or the pace bowlers in this England attack. He's just striving for a little bit of a fuller length there. I think he's going for the LBW.
Archer bowls again, and this time it's left alone outside of the off stump of Azhar Ali, a little bit shorter, and Azhar Ali was shaking to cut that and decided that discretion was the better part of valor. He has a wander around to square legs as I think about life. Be a major feather in his cap, I think, if Pakistan can get away with this one, however it comes, you know, on this test match with a draw. You've been under the scrutiny of Pakistan fans who are a little bit fickle and not frightened to actually say what they think. All fans, I suppose, as Archie bowls again, defended off the back foot to the offside. There's no run that time. As a captain of an international side, every single thing you do scrutinise. I mean, even Joe Root, who's got a ridiculously good recent record as England captain, you look on Twitter, why has Root not done that? Why hasn't he done this? Why hasn't he not declared there and there and there? And a pretty decent job really when he's in charge of England. And the only test they've lost this summer was when Ben Stokes was in charge, wasn't it? Ben Stokes is the man that a lot of people think should take the place of Joe Root. And there's a lesson there. Archer bowls again, and this time it's on the path of Azhar Ali, who drives straight. Can't beat the man at mid-on. No run. Azhar Ali's 141 not out in that first inning. First time he'd really come to the party for Pakistan with the bat in that pivotal position at number 3. He's been struggling in the first couple of test matches, but showed his experience and his determination to cling on there for his country. As Archer bowls again, that's outside of the off stump. Goes through to Josh Butler. Doesn't hardly carry above the knee roll of Josh Butler.
78 miles an hour. Was that his slower ball now? Is he trying to bowl a bit of one day sort of slow ball stuff here? But that was not express pace at all.
Yeah, just a bit too wide because if you're going to fox him for speed, you want him to be playing it. Easily left alone by Azhar Ali. I mean, it's probably a track where he has to use a little bit of variation because there's not a huge amount in it for the bowlers, I don't think. So.
And there is
bowls that's short and ducked underneath by Azhar Ali.
Yeah, so he was just varying his pace. I think 78 followed by a 91 sort of bouncer. So he's just trying to have a trick in the book, isn't he, to try and have some variety to his bowling. Azhar is 2 not out from 17 balls faced. Pakistan have reached 55 for 1. To be honest, the way it's looking, it's hard to envisage an England victory from here, isn't it? Really, you don't think that England are going to run through this Pakistan batting lineup now with about 40 overs left today, is it? Something like that? Yeah, exactly 40 overs.
I don't know who's on our commentary tomorrow, but I've got a funny feeling it might be one of those days where kind of hanging around just to see if there can be 2 hours play later on in the day. It's a potential. His best bowls tosses it up, driven into the offside, nicely played by Abid Ali. That's the fielder who's on the cover fence, and it's just going to be the 1 run. I mean, if the rain comes when I've heard it's going to come, which is kind of almost like midnight through till midday, and if it's 12 hours of torrential rain, then there's going to be lakes on the outfield that could be horrendous. It might be off straight away in the morning if it's that bad. if it's not quite as bad as that and they're able to mop it up, they might be just thinking, well, all he needs 90 minutes. Joe Root won't want to go home until that's been decided, as Beth is turned into the leg side. And they go through for one more. Abu Dhabi goes to 31, the score to 58-1. But it might be one of those days where it's a case of literally watching the covers, watching the ground staff, mopping up. Can they mop up quick enough for it to matter, for it to get enough play in for England to still have a chance of victory? Over the wicket, bowls and defended off the back foot by Azhar Ali. His first ball from his Somerset teammate. There's no run from that. He'll have faced on Bess in the next many times. Done a lot of work on his spin ball and continues to do so. Trying to get that overspin to make it fit. Balls again, and this is flipped into the leg side on the drive by Azhar Ali, but straight to the fielder. But no run. Azhar Ali is confident, isn't he? As he probably would be if he just got 141 not out. Never done that, so I don't know what that feels like. In again. Bowls and the defended by Azhar Ali. There's no run that time. I like Bess's body language, Simon. He's positive, isn't he, in the way he struts around and a little bit not in your face, but he's got that very positive kind of body language. 58-1 Pakistan as Best bowls again, and that's again driven by Azhar Ali, straight to that fielder who's in there exactly for that, to stop him getting an easy out shot on the leg side. No run again.
Yeah, he looks like he's got a really good character, a bit of I don't know, he's just got a bit of something about him, hasn't he, Don Bess, which makes you think that if he can kind of learn on the job, then there is a role for him going forward for England. Potentially, a match winner for them one day. Perhaps not quite ready for it now, but England are persevering with him in the belief that he could be their man in years to come. And although he's not turning it a great deal, I think he knows that just subtle variations will give him a chance of preying on any errors from the batsman, and he's just trying to probe. Like I say, there's been very few bad balls from him today, and there weren't yesterday either. Yesterday he perhaps got his line a bit wrong, as he admits, and he perhaps should have gone for a few less than he did. He was going about 3.5 and over, but today he's going something more like 2.5 and over, and there's been no long hops, there's been no full balls or anything like that.
Archer continues, and that goes through to Josh Butler behind the stick. 3 slips in for Jofra Archer. I mean, he's going to be a better bowler because of this summer. He's been working with the coaches. Obviously, being in the bio bubble, you get to work with them all day long, effectively, if you want to. So he's got the kind of attitude where he will soak all of that up, and he will be a better player as a result of this summer. Whether it leads to immediate impact in Test cricket remains to be seen. There's another man on the screen who's had exactly the same kind of experience this summer, and he's 267 in the first innings for England. Would suggest that Zach Crawley has been learning his lessons. The next ball's wide of the off stump by Jofra Archer, left alone by Abid Ali. Go through England's line-up at the moment. Very few of them have really failed, have they? I mean, Joe Danley dropped out of the equation fairly early on, and since then, obviously Josh Butler was under the microscope a bit, but he's come back and kind of pretty much cemented his place. You've got maybe question marks about Rory Burns, but it's a temporary kind of loss of form as that's ducked underneath by Abid Ali. He goes through to Josh Butler again, but you get on the whole side really, and you can make cases for all of them to having had a half decent summer or a very good summer, depending on who you're talking about. I think I picked my team for the first test in India earlier on today, and I didn't pick Josh Butler in it. So I think I'm going to be in a minority. But Jofra Archer comes in and bowls, and that's just turned into the leg side. There's no run that time as Abid Ali sends Azhar Ali back, and it's on 58-1. My kind of rationale for doing that is that in the subcontinent, India and Sri Lanka, the two tours coming up early next year, a lot of spin bowling, a lot of standing up, crucial catches, crucial stumping, changing games. Is Josh Butler the right man to do that? I don't think so. He's the best wicketkeeper in England. I don't think so. Archer bowls again, defended to the left side by Abid Ali, no run, 58 for 1. And on that basis, if you're going to change the wicket-keeper, Ben Foakes looks like he's next in line. He's got a century today for Surrey. I don't think he's going to lose too much in terms of your average. He's a player of spin as well, Ben Foakes, and a far better keeper standing up. And if you're going to change who has the gloves in England's side, in India and Sri Lanka, is Josh Butler a better batsman than Ollie Pope? Is he a better batsman than Ben Stokes? But Archer comes into completely over, defended into the leg side. They think about a single, they decide against it. The end of Joffre's over. He stands mid-pitch with a big smile on his face as if he nearly got through the defensive of Abid Ali on that occasion. And done 58 for 1.
Serious question. It sounds a bit silly, but it is a serious question for me. Has any team ever played with two wicket keepers, and both have kept in the same match? I.e., perhaps would pick one keeper to keep to the spinner and one keeper to keep to the fast bowlers.
No, it's not as daft as it sounds. But having said that, Ben Foakes can keep to fast bowlers too. So why would you want to?
Yeah, you're right. I mean, it is a bit of a why would you want to in this prospective situation, i.e. Foakes versus Butler thing. Yeah, why would you want to? Foakes is perfectly good keeping to both. I'm thinking more for I don't know, in all the history of cricket, surely it must have happened where a team's got two wicket keepers and one is actually better at keeping to spin, one is better at keeping to certain bowlers, certain fast bowlers, and they have rotated maybe. But then again, maybe not if we don't have those answers that come straight to mind.
I can't think of one. I can totally understand where you're coming from, and I can certainly with the spin, I can see why, because that is an art in itself. Stand up to a bowler. You see Mohammed Rizwan in this series standing up to Mohammed Abbas, and the reflexes and the ability you need to do that is really impressive. But I tend to suggest that if you're coming through the ranks, you're going to get experience of keeping against fast bowlers and spinners. If you can't do one of them, then you're probably not going to get very far in that side. You're only going to pick in your first team the bloke that can actually keep properly against everybody or keep adequately against everybody. Whereas if somebody's just dropping catches left, right, and centre off a spinner or off a baseman, then they're probably they'll say, "Oh, let's bin George, let's bring in Fred."
I mean, it's going back to the Butler Foakes conundrum. I would tend to agree with you. I think I would give Foakes the gloves for the India Test matches, but I don't think England are going to do that because I don't think Joe Root. I think Joe Root wants to be stood next to Josh Butler, doesn't he?
Yeah, I totally agree. I think it's the last thing that will happen. I just don't think it's necessarily the right thing. I am full of admiration for Josh Butler over the last three Test matches in terms of what he's done, in terms of how he was under immense pressure and what he's done to bounce back from that. His first innings in this game was terrific, but I do think that you've got to look at the overall package. You can't just look at if he's going to be keeping, then you have to look at the overall package. He's an all-rounder in the side. And you wouldn't necessarily pick Ben Stokes if you wouldn't pick your all-rounder if he was getting naught every innings but taking 2 or 3 wickets.
Yeah.
He'd then drop down to be a bowler, wouldn't he? And you bring in another all-rounder into that position. So it's whether you look. I mean, it's not just Ben Foakes. Your James Brace's, your Johnny Bairstow's, your Ben Foakes. They're the three main contenders. I think Ollie Robinson, who is the Kent keeper, isn't he? He's decent as well, but probably just a little bit behind them just yet. It's kind of keeping plus batting who provides the best overall package. Now, there's an argument to say that 18 counties in English county cricket. If they all have got reserve keepers as well, that's 36 keepers in English county cricket. I don't think Josh Butler will be in the top 15 in terms of wicket keeping skill. He's not a natural keeper. There are far better keepers in English county cricket. Now, they don't bring the batting. Ben Folkes does, but not all of them bring the batting that Josh Butler brings. But that kind of illustrates where I kind of see him in keeping talent. Capable, of course. He's capable of pulling off a blinder like he did yesterday, but he's also capable of dropping an absolute dolly, which is what he did this morning. He didn't even get his gloves on it, and it was a routine of catches you're going to get as a keeper.
Yep.
So you can't drop that. If it's Steve Smith on naught, if it's Virat Kohli on naught, if it's one of the best batsmen in the world who then goes on and gets 115 and seriously punishes your side, you're responsible for that. You've dropped him early on, and England have got to look at that. Now there is the argument to say you bring Ben Folkes in, give him the gloves, he goes in at number 7, and Josh Butler takes over at number 6. But then you have to look at the top order and who do you drop, because you've got too many to fit into 5 spaces. And is Josh Butler better than Ollie Pope? I don't think so. And it's a fact of step if you think that's the case. That's defended off that Don Best into the offside, and they're able to trot through for 1. I agree with you. I guarantee you that first Test match in India, Josh Butler will be wicket-keeper batsman. I don't know if that's the right thing to do.
And when he's dropped 3 or 4 or missed the stumping in that match, then they'll pick Folkes for the second Test match with England 1-0 down.
Yeah. So that's what we tend to do. Rather than be proactive with our selection, we're reactive, aren't we?
Yeah.
Defended. I mean, obviously the Zach Crawley one, he's proactive. You're picking him on potential and then he delivers. But there was a lot of ingredients in that Zach Crawley selection that everybody knew about that made sense. Because of the fact that he'd invested in his own career, he'd worked really hard, he was showing signs of being really good, despite the fact his average wasn't amazing. That's defended into the left side by Abid Ali, there's no run. But when you look at the great teams of yesteryear, the West Indies in the 80s, the Australians in the 90s, early noughties, the best balls again, hit to the leg side against that fielder in short. Best bowling a nice line here, he's getting it right. Not looking like taking a wicket, mind, but he's getting it tight and right. But those great teams that we all kind of refer back to as being, they were one of the best teams that ever played. Best bowls again, he's defended from his crease by Abid Ali, there's no run. But they weren't frightened of dropping a batsman who's averaging 45 in Test cricket because they thought somebody else would come in and do better. Australia dropped some serious players in that, and brought in better players who play better. His best bowls again, and this is just beats him outside of the off stump. Joe Root was hopping around like Zebedee, and Don Best has got his hands on his head. That can't have been too far away from the outside edge, and that's a really good over from Don Best. That's the best over he's bowled for some time. You see the replay here. Yeah, just a little bit of gap between bat and ball, but not too much.
He's bowling well. He's got a nice rhythm going on. He's been tying the batsman down. I mean, this is a batsman who got 141 in the first innings, and he's absolutely done a number on him in that over. Him and Abid, he's tied them down, and his figures are great. He's only gone for 5 runs in 4 overs now. So this is what he knew was the next thing he had to show. It's all about showing what you can do when you get your chances. Limited opportunities for him really this summer, but when he has had them, has he been able to fulfill a role for the team? Well, his role yesterday was more of a holding bowler, and he went for too many runs today. Though I think his role's changed slightly. I think he's going to be probably more of a wicket-taking threat and given more opportunities by Root, but he's also got a little bit better in terms of his consistency, and he's not going for runs. So this is really all good to see. Things are starting to click into place now for Don Best today.
Yeah, he's got a good chance here, hasn't he, to showcase his ability. And you'd hope that Joe Root just books him in, gives him a nice long bowl this afternoon. And got a new bowler coming into the attack at the moment, Chris Wokes, who you sometimes forget, don't you? But really, he's one of the first names on the team sheet in English conditions as he bowls again, pitched up and flicked through the leg side. When I say through the leg side, I mean straight to mid-wicket, and there's no run.
Yeah, ball's 33 overs old. It's Chris Wokes' time. You know, that's unfortunate for Chris, but you know, he's not been able to really get his hands on that new ball much this summer, and yeah, it's already probably going a bit soft, and he's going to bowl his second spell. He's had 5 overs so far out of the 33 that have been bowled.
Azhar Ali's on 3 as he prepares to face the bearded Wokes. He comes in now and bowls, and he's leaving that one alone outside of the off stump. What do they call him? The Brummy Sobers or something like that, I think, or something along those lines is his nickname. He's one of the nicest blokes in the world, and I think sometimes niceness doesn't do you any favours in cricket teams because you're easy to drop.
Brummy both them.
Selectors having to make a tough decision, think, oh well, I can hold this bloke, so we'll take it on the chin. That's defended into the leg side, and there's no run.
You call him the Brummy Botham.
That's the one. Yeah, I should have known it should be alliteration. Yeah. But his Alice band's just getting his hair just slipping out of his Alice band, all these modern day cricketers, as he walks back to his mark. I do genuinely think sometimes the nice guys are easier to drop because you don't have a Stuart Broad suddenly appearing on Sky saying I shouldn't have been dropped, or Jimmy Anderson pulling a press conference saying I'm not retiring yet, I've got loads left in me. That's defended into the leg side by Azhar Ali. There's no run. Whereas a Chris Wokes, if you go up to him and tell him you're not playing in this next match, mate, he'll just go, yeah, fair enough, and walk off, and with a smile on his face because he's that kind of guy. And sometimes it's better to be a bit of a prima donna, isn't it?
It seems that way on the outside, yeah, it does.
Azhar Ali ready to face again. 59 for 1, Pakistan. That one wicket of Shan Masood fallen today. LBW for Stuart Broad as Wokes falls again. That's just on the leg side, and he tries to turn it into the vacant square leg area. Just gets turned around a little bit and gets flying it straight at the field with the wicket again. And there is no run. I wouldn't even take Wokes to India or Sri Lanka because I just can't see the point. And that isn't to say that he's not a fantastic cricketer, but with the Kookaburra in this country, he gets with the Duke's ball in this country, he gets a lot of assistance and a lot of movement. He bowls again, and that's just nearly takes the outside edge, just coming away from the bat. Azhar Ali beaten. Goes through to Joss Butler. At the end of another over, it's 59 for 1. I was going to say Wokes in the subcontinent, you've got better seam bowlers who are a bit faster, can maybe ask a few questions in those conditions. I can't see the point in taking Chris Wokes. I know they're going to take probably a slightly bigger touring party because there'll be the biosphere and you lead more reserves, so there's an argument to say he could be one of those. But if it's a normal 15-16-man squad, I'll probably leave Chris Wokes at home and say have a winter off, mate.
So what is your team for the first test against India then? Can you just take us through it in a couple of minutes' time? I presume you got 2 spinners at least in the 11.
Yeah, I picked the squad actually, 16-man squad as the best bowlers again because I'm quite sad. When you have a break from with the rain, you often make yourself a coffee, put your feet up and have something to eat, don't you?
Have you tweeted it out? Because I'll be able to read it if you've tweeted it out.
Yeah, it's on my Twitter. Yeah.
There we go. Yeah, I've got it.
So Abid is on strike again as best continues. That's again nicely targeted. You keep bringing the LBWs into play here because he's finding quite a straight line. Abid Ali is forced into defending into the leg side for much of the time. Coming in again, one slip in the short leg to Don Best, who bowls now, and Abid Ali is on the back foot again, steering it to the short leg fielder. He expects somebody like Abid Ali to be a very good player of spin. Growing up in Pakistan, he'll have grown up on dust bowls where it's turning square. So He's sitting up the ball quite nicely to get through his defences. He's done that already this series to batsmen from Pakistan and tested out the best players on show. So it's just changing the field, moving a deep square a little bit squarer. defended this time into the offside by Abid Ali. 59 for 1. Tom Best from front on here, sunglasses on. Nice action, delivers it high. And a good follow through, and then he's ready straight away. Like spread, could be ready if there's a return capture. He has to do a bit of fielding. Abid Ali this time though. And on the front foot, trying to drive. Doesn't quite time it. It goes to Jimmy Anderson at short extra cover.
Well, first thing I don't like about your England squad there is there's no Sam Curran. What are you doing not picking Sam Curran?
I don't know what he offers in the subcontinent. 59 for 1. And Abid Ali this time. Oh, defending, it's hit him on the pad. Umpire says no. It's Richard Illingworth who is the umpire. He strokes his little goatee beard. Doesn't certainly put his finger up. Come on, Richard Illingworth, you're a spinner. Should be a spinners union, but he's turned down Don Best. But another good over from the Somerset man. 59 for 1 at the end of it. Joe Root with a little bit to think about here. I wouldn't take Sam Curran, Simon, because if you are taking more spinners and you're going to play 2 spinners, and Ben Stokes is going to be in your team as an all-rounder, you're effectively only picking 2 seamers in every test side, and therefore you're taking less seamers with you, and the likes of Ward, Archer, Broad and Anderson are ahead of Sam Curran in the pecking order, so effectively you're saying Sam Curran have a winter off.
Right, okay, well, it's your team. He would be in my squad, Sam Curran. He'd always be in my squad. I just think he offers so much. I think he's underused
on the basis
by
of what
England.
I said, though, they'll take, that's the squad of 16. They'll probably take more like 25 in the end. It's roped bowls, and that's tries to hit it off the back foot. He gets an under edge, and it nearly goes back on his stumps. He manages to get his right foot across, and I think that stops it spinning back onto the sticks. Just where it's nearly getting through the defences of Azhar Ali there. It remains 59 for 1. I mean, how many did Pakistan and the West Indies bring over? It was more like 25, 26, wasn't it? Playing squad as for the Test series, and England probably take at least that, I think, to India or the UAE, depending on where it's played in the end.
I suppose the problem they've got is that if they have a biosecure bubble when they get there, they'll be playing intra-squad games as warm-up matches, and you can only play intra-squad game when you've got a certain amount of players. You need more than 20, you need 22, arguably, at the very least. You've
seen Paul Collingwood in his white today. He's raring to go.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, you need you probably need to take out 24. I think at the very least, especially if it's essentially a 5-test match series, isn't it? So, Wopes bowls again. Time it said, just spread him up a little bit again, defended into the offside. I don't know what the protocol is for. I mean, presumably you take a bigger squad to avoid having to do this, but say in the first test match, an Ollie Pope broke his finger and was out for the rest of the series. In normal circumstances, you'd have a 15 or 16-man squad there, and you'd get straight on the phone to Dan Lawrence and say, Dan, get your bags packed because Ollie's just broken his finger, he's flying home, we're flying you out to replace him. But you can't bring somebody into the Bible with any like the same kind of freedom as before. Can you pull away by Azhar Ali? It's gone high and it's gone over the slips. It's run away. Rory Burns goes to retrieve it. Azhar Ali had no idea where that was going. He was aiming that for deep square, and it ended up going over the heads of third slip and just out of the reach of Rory Burns. Had to chase back to get it, but that was an ugly shot by Azhar Ali.
Yeah, top edged, and it went high in the air. But thankfully for him, he got just enough on it for it to go way above the heads and drop a long way back, actually, over the shoulders of the slip fielders.
So he's preparing to face again as he defends that one into the offside. There's no run on that occasion. Every now and again, it starts to look as if it's easy for the batsman, and then every now and again you see Don Best suddenly beat the outside of the bat, Chris Wokes force a full shot, and all of a sudden England start to believe a little bit again. 61 for 1. On paper, loads of time left in this test match. The weather forecast for tomorrow. Who knows how many overs are still left for England. Chris Wokes rolls again to Azhar Ali, who's just dead forward, pushing that one out into the offside. They decide not to go through for a run to the end of another over. Chris Wokes gets another one under his belt. Pakistan 61 for 1.
Thanks, James. Yeah, I'll take over for the next half an hour and see if we can have any more joy with wickets. Don Best bowling really well though, isn't he? To both Azhar and to Abid Ali. Just showing some shots of Graham Swan bowling some terrific deliveries to some of the best batsmen in the world. Bess isn't getting the same kind of drift as Graham Swan did, or even Moeen Ali did, but he's found a nice groove today. And he just hopes that he can get the rewards that this this improvement could bring him. So 0 for 5 after 5 overs. He's bowled a couple of maidens in that as well. It's been great so far. This is the 37th over, and Pakistan are 61 for 1. Here is Bess over the wicket to Abid Ali, and Abid just jabs the bat onto this one outside the off stump, and there is no run.
Concentrating obviously on the England bowlers, because we're English and that's what we tend to do. But from Pakistan's perspective, they've played really well so far today, haven't they? That one wicket falling, Shan Masood not playing a shot to Stuart Broad, but apart from that, Azhar's come in and looked okay. Abid Ali's batting very solidly indeed.
There's a sweep here from Abid. He goes across the line and sweeps down towards fine leg. He just gets enough on it, and there is no run, fielded by the short fine leg fielder.
You often see Don Best do that, but when somebody plays across the line at him, he automatically starts going up, and they can play it off the middle of the bat, but you're still a little disappointed that he nearly got through.
Best in again, and this time he's gone for the drive, and he hits the man at cover, no run. Abid, he's unfurling a few shots here, isn't he? He's been quite sort of in defensive mode so far, but he's now got decided to just be a little bit more attacking. 31 from 119 balls faced. Best balls, and this one is just defended off the back foot into the offside. No run for Abid. Deficit still just 1 run less than 250. England have got bags of runs to play with, as James said. Perhaps more an attacking field, something like that. Got to have men there for when the mistakes come, even if they are few and far between from these two Pakistan batsmen. Bess comes in again, bowls. This one's fuller and driven down the ground, but only as far as Sibley, who just lobs it back to the bowler. Bess could be on for another maiden here. 1 ball left in the sunshine of the Ageas Bowl. It wasn't like that earlier today when we had long rain interruption, 45 minutes of heavy rain and then a long mopping up procedure. This one takes the edge as they do get a single off that thick edge just past roots at slip, and that ruins the chance of a maiden, but it was again a good delivery from Bess which took the edge of the bat, and Pakistan are 62 for 1 after 37. Joe Root looks, I wouldn't say happy, but he looks satisfied with what he's seen from Don Bess here. There's definitely something to work with this young 23-year-old bowler, and although today may not be the day he bowls England to victory, there could be such days in the future now where Chris Woakes is going to get another go. He's bowled 2 overs in this spell, and did get the top edge of Azhar Ali in the previous over, which went over the slips. So he's had a bit of encouragement there. England's 1 wicket taker in this Pakistan second innings was Stuart Broad, who, as you heard from James, had Shan Masood out for 18, not playing a shot, LBW. It's been a good test match. England's 583 for 8 declared, racked up over the first 2 days, and then Pakistan's innings yesterday in the first knock was real pressure-filled innings, as this first delivery from Woakes to Abid is just defended outside the line of off stump. No run. But under that pressure, Azhar Ali found his best innings of the series so far. 141. He's at the non-strikers end right now, 5 not out. Woakes back to his mark, ready to come in again. With Abid waiting for him. He comes in here, the Brummy Botham, and bowls. This one's a bouncer, and Abid fends it off his chest, really, down towards fine leg, where Broad will field, and it's an easy single. I say easy, I don't think I could have got a single off that, but certainly to the standard that Abid is batting. He picked off that ball quite well. Chris Woakes got man of the match in the first Test match, the one that England won in this series. The second match was drawn with lots of rain at this ground. We've had quite a bit of rain today as Woakes steams in again and bowls. This one's on a length on-off stump and it's defended by Azza. Forward and correct in his defence. He's shaken off the jumper now, Azza. He came out as per usual with a jumper on, but he's got rid of that now and he's just in his shirt. So it must be warming up out there. Don Bess watching on from his fielding position at square leg, or I think might be more near mid-wicket now, as Woakes comes into bowl. Ball's full on the pads. This one's driven out to the onside. It's misfielded there by Archie, but Bess is going to try and help him out. In fact, it's Bracey who's trying to help him out, but Archie's misfield is going to cost England runs. 4 runs. It just hops over the rope. Bracey not in time. Pakistan moved to 67 for 1. Looked a little bit awkward that from Jofra Archer as he tried to get down and stop the drive from Azhar Ali, but again, terrific shot, little check drive, and gets him 4 runs.
Nice shot that from Azhar Ali, wasn't it?
It was a nice shot, yeah.
Wait.
He's picking up where he left off yesterday now, although he's been just digging in really so far. Woakes bowls, and this one is edged down towards point, and no run this time for Azhar. Three slips, backward point, square leg, and so the square leg's gone. It's more mid-wicket now, Bracey. Cover and mid-off, mid-on for Chris Woakes, who comes into bowl. And this one is just defended into mid-wicket, where Bracey picks it up. So that's the end of Chris Woakes' 3rd over of this spell. And Pakistan, with that boundary from Azhar, moved to 67 for 1.
In a way, the Azhar Ali runs in this second innings are almost more important than runs that he scored in the first innings, because he's the captain, he's the man, the experienced man in this lineup. His teammates will be looking for him to lead the resistance. So the longer he stays there, the more that dressing room's going to start to believe they can get out of this Test match with a draw. So his innings is important. Abid Ali, will hopefully keep him comfortable, and then obviously when a wicket falls, Simon, we got the beautiful Baba coming in as well, and I haven't seen enough of him just recently, so I'd like to see a long innings from him if possible today.
It's Bess over the wicket, and this is a sweep, the paddle sweep really from Abid down to one knee, and he's going to get runs for this down towards fine leg. Archer is after it, he'll prevent the boundary, and they'll come back for 3. So that was a little innovative shot from Abid. I thought he had changed his method a little bit, or certainly got into a more attacking mode in that last over we saw, the last over of spin we saw from Bess, and he's picked him off with a nice little flip shot there around his shoulder for the 3 runs. 70 for 1.
Getting back to the team for India, which I know is quite a long way ahead of us just yet, but a lot of people on Twitter are suggesting Moeen should come into the side as a batsman in the top order.
Best bowls, and this one is just played into the onside by Abid, picked up by the mid-wicket fielder.
I just don't see that myself, because I don't think there's enough from Moeen at the moment to suggest that he really wants to get back into the Test team. I think he's quite happy playing one-dayers and sees that as potentially his role at the moment.
Best bowls again. This one's dropped a little bit shorter, but it's pushed into short leg, and there is no run. Yeah, I tend to agree. I don't think Moeen's showing any great desire to get back into the Test team, and I think the powers that be know it. Really, that's why they're pursuing or persevering with Don Bess. He comes in again and bowls, and this one's lofted up there, and it's driven towards Sibley, who makes a good tumbling stop out on that cut strip about 3 or 4 along from the one they're playing on.
when I've heard Moen interviewed and they've asked him about his test aspirations, he said, "Yeah, I'm available." And it's kind of like so laid back. It's not like, "Yeah, I really want to get back in. I want to show them what I can do. I want to do this, that, and the other."
Best bowls, and this one is defended by Azza. Back down the wicket, picked up by Bess.
When they talk to him about white ball cricket, he's far more positive in what he says, and I think that says a lot about Owen's kind of way of thinking. I think he sees himself making a few quid in T20 franchise leagues, and that's how he sees his career playing out.
Well, this one's flicked very fine off Bess's next delivery, and it's going to run down towards the fine leg boundary for 4. I think Bess knows his fate there, as the fielders won't catch it in time. And all of a sudden, a few runs being leaked here as Azza moves into double figures. He's on to 13 at the end of that over. Pakistan on to 74 for 1.
Get the impression there with Don Bess that he is just starting to maybe hunt for wickets. He's trying to do things. He's trying to, and quite rightly, there's nothing too wrong with that. He's lobbing them up a little bit more. He's maybe trying to get a few more revs on it, and that's where he's losing that accuracy a little bit and making it easier for the Pakistan batsmen to score runs off him. But in a way, it's that kind of situation that you've got license to do that as a spinner, because runs aren't really an issue. It's a case of take wickets or draw the match. So I'm not too bothered if he goes for a few boundaries. Toss it up, give it a real good turn, and see if you can bamboozle some of these batsmen out.
It's been just 33 runs in 21 overs in this session, so England's bowlers have had the upper hand in terms of keeping the score down, but we're going to see a change now with Stuart Broad reintroduced to the attack. He'll replace Chris Wokes, who just had 3 overs. And,
I'll read you that 11 out that I've got for the first test against India then. Keaton Jennings, Rory Burns, Matt Crawley, Joe Root, Ollie Pope, Ben Stokes, Ben Folks, Don Best, Stuart Broad, Mark Wood and Jack Leach, the 11. And then Jofra Archer, Dan Lawrence, James Bracey, Josh Butler, Jimmy Anderson and Damar Birdie would make up my squad. But obviously the squad would probably be a lot bigger than that because of the biosphere, and England, as we said, taking out probably around about 24 players. I left Dom Sibley out of my 11 because I've not been particularly impressed with him against spin. I didn't take Sam Curran because I don't think he'll get enough out the pitches in India. And I've dropped Josh Butler out of my 11 because I think the thing that's in that lineup is stronger than him, and if you're not giving him the gloves, then he doesn't make it in as a batsman. He's there as a reserve batsman rather than a frontline batsman.
Which Indian quick bowlers are the mainstays of their test lineup at the moment?
They've got some good ones. They've become probably. I saw Sunil Gavaskar, I think it was yesterday, saying this Indian test team that's around at the moment is probably the best test team that he's ever seen India have, largely because of the fact they've got some pacemen as well as the spinners now.
Does Bumrah play test, or is he just a one-day international player?
No, he does. Yeah, he plays test. And you've got Bhuvneshwar Kumar. What else is there? Who's the other fella? The one that had a really good year last year. He'll come to me in a second. And I've googled it.
74 for 1 as this next over is about to get underway. Broad has just adjusted his field, and he's just adjusted his headband as well, so he must mean business as he comes in here off his run past the umpire, round the wicket to the left-hander, who just manages to flick this one between the leg gully and the keeper, and it will run fine for 4 runs. So a good start to the over from Pakistan. Abid Ali just finding that gap in the field. England have gone with this innovative field again, with a leg gully and like a 4th or 5th slip, and the keeper stood between them, almost sort of bisecting the two. But that's exactly what Abid did with a shot that went between keeper and leg gully for 4 runs.
Good shot, he got over it, played it down. Nothing wrong with that at all, and deserves the 4 runs. It was a poor ball, I think, Stuart Broad, really, and probably deserved to get turned around for 4.
Comes in again, Broad bangs this one in. That was what we're expecting with that field anyway, and Abid certainly was expecting as he rocked down onto his haunches as it goes through to Butler. 86 miles an hour from Broad, showing he can still bounce an opponent. And I think Abid Ali is he's going to receive it from all the bowlers today. I mean, Jimmy was bouncing him early, Jimmy Anderson. Broad's having a go now. You got 1 or 2 from Jofra Archer.
I've watched much of this series, and I haven't seen too much evidence to suggest he's not very good against the short ball. Usually, fairly short batsmen are actually quite good against the short ball because you don't have to bend your bat too far to get it past the nose.
Broad in again, bowling to those foot marks for the left-hander who just defends in front of his rib cage there, and there is no run. Yeah, England have got a field set for the bouncer, haven't they, with a short leg and men out on the hook in the deep in the leg side. Also that sort of fly slip and the leg gully. So it's an obvious tactic that Joe Root's deploying here. Stuart Broad is his enforcer. Comes in again, round the wicket, bowls short. Abid ducks out of the way. Almost did a bit of hot shoe shuffle there, wasn't he? As he got his back leg out of the way and went down to one knee as he went through at sort of eye line height to the keeper.
They have used this tactic quite a few times, haven't they, this summer, England? It seems to be one of their go-to moves where had Stokes, earlier on in the summer, but we've seen other bowlers do it, where when it's not quite going their way, when they're hunting for a wicket, they'll just go round the wicket, they'll bowl it short, they'll try and just force the batsman to make a mistake.
Broad digs another one in. This time Abid shoulders arms. He's 40 not out now, Abid. With that boundary early on in this over, he's gone to 40 and he just lets this one go through to the keeper.
Mohammad Shami was the name I was looking for. He's had a terrific last couple of years for India. You've got potentially Jasprit Bumrah, you've got Bhuvneshwar Kumar, you've got Mohammad Shami, Ishant Sharma is there or thereabouts as well for India. So they've got a very decent sort of pace trio, and then you add in 2 spinners, and that's a very good attack. Ravi Ashwin's absolutely superb in Indian conditions, so it's a tough tour for England.
Yeah.
It will be a tough tour.
Broad bowls this one over the wicket to the right-handed batsman Abid, who just defends out into the offside, no run. And that's the last ball of that particular over. Pakistan still 78 for 1. And,
there's no coincidence, Simon, that when you hear England and the media talking about, for probably the last 18 months, they've been mentioning the Indian tour and they've been mentioning the Australian tour the year after, because they're the 2 hardest tours for England. You get judged as test players, you get judged as an England captain with your success on those kind of trips. If you can go away and win the Ashes, or if you can go away and compete against India, that is as good as anything you can do in an English test shirt, really. And because India is alien conditions, spinning tracks, quality side, good batsmen in their own conditions as well. They are incredibly tough to beat in India. They've got their record over the last 2 years on their own soil is ridiculous. They've just won series after series in India, and obviously going to Australia down under for the Ashes is always tough.
Best bowls, and this one is defended by Azhar just outside the off stump. Starting his next over, Don Bess, his 8th. Who's your reverse swing bowler for that India tour?
Mark Wood usually gets that role, doesn't he?
Comes in again, and this one is worked across the line by Azhar out towards mid-on. I think you can certainly perform that role. Azhar on 30.
It's almost Mark Wood comes in for Chris Wokes, isn't he? Because you look at Chris Wokes' away record as best bowls, and that's defended by Azhar. Chris Wokes at home in English conditions averages around about 21, 22. Ridiculous record, really, really impressive. You see him overseas, he averages about 55. Because with the Kookaburra ball, he just doesn't get the assistance.
Bess in again. This one gets the batsman coming forward and defending out to the offside. No run.
Whereas you look at Mark Wood's records in England as opposed to away, his record away is actually better. He bouncy tracks in foreign conditions where he uses pace a little bit more. He's taken a lot more wickets.
Bess in again. This time Azhar just closing the face on this one, just dropping it down to his was going to say his toes, more like his heels actually, and the man at short leg fields. Comes in again, Don Best. Last ball of his 8th over. Tidy stuff so far. And this one, as it comes forward and pushes out towards point, Root comes from slip to gather that one, and they've hurried through for a quick single. So one off the last delivery there takes Pakistan to 79 for 1. It's after 41 overs. Azhar is 14 not out. Abid Ali is 40 not out. And yeah, just going back to your 11 for that test. I mean, I certainly wouldn't see much wrong with that. I think you know, Keaton Jennings has had a couple of goes, hasn't he, in the team, and never quite been able to secure his place for more than a series or two. He's had one decent series, and then the next series hasn't gone well for him, and he's found himself dropped. But
that's why there's a brackets behind my opening sentence there with horses for courses, because you look at Keaton Jennings' record against Sri Lanka away, India away, it's pretty good. It's in English conditions that he's struggled, so he's almost like a go-to man. He'll be mentioned a lot, even if he doesn't go, he'll be mentioned a lot in terms of possible selections because of his record against spin overseas in those kind of conditions. He's one of the few English batsmen that's actually consistently scored runs in those sorts of environments.
Broad starting his next over, comes in again, bowls to Azhar. This one is dug in a little bit shorter than usual to Azhar, and he defends well on middle and leg. So this tactic continues for England. That's 87 miles an hour. Showing the pass, the biosecure pass for the groundsman's dog, Winston Lee.
There's 2 dogs in there. The ICC Twitter feed have been posting the pictures of the dogs entering the ground every day. And there's the groundsman's dog, and then there's another dog that goes in as well. I'm not sure what the other dog does.
Around the wicket, Broad in again to Azhar. This one's dug in, bouncer around about neck high as it passes him, and he keeps well out of the way as it's almost taken on the second bounce there by Butler. So it was quite a tennis ball type bounce from Broad, but 88 miles an hour. It's fast from the hand. He's cranked it up a little bit here, Stuart Broad.
It makes you wonder if there's any dogs that are arriving at the gates without passes that are being told to go away, doesn't it? Where's your pass there? That was rough. I haven't got it. You can't come in. Goodbye, bubble.
Broad bowls again. This one is on the stumps and fallen, defended by Azhar out to mid-wicket. No run. He looks like he's enjoying himself, Azhar. He's 14 not out from 52 balls. He's got a welter of runs behind him yesterday. He just seems like he's really enjoying his game at the moment. Looks like quite an effervescent character as well. And
I think it's the contrast between this test and the first two, because he's really struggled the first two, and something's just clicked in this test match, isn't it? And all of a sudden he's batting like you expect Azhar Ali to bat.
Broad bowls again. This one's dug in, and Azhar just sways out the way. They're claiming a catch behind. Umpire Goff shakes his head. Butler thought he heard something. Broad not so sure. Got a few seconds left for the review.
Are we getting to desperation times now? Are we going to see them appealing for all kinds of stuff? Stuart Broad's having a chat to Joe Root with the clock ticking down. Think they're going to go for it, are they?
No, they wasted too much time, or they decided against it before the time ran out, and it's the right decision. It is clipped. If it's clipped anything, it's clipped his shirt. That's all, and nowhere near the bat.
again. Abid Ali this time is forward and defending inside edge down to the short leg fielder. Got Jimmy Anderson beating the outside edge. Front press nearly getting through the gate, and that's as close as we're getting at the moment. For an England wicket, press comes in again, bowls defended by Abid Ali, right over the ball, hitting it down. And at the end of another over goes past us. Tom Bess has bowled very nicely on a track that's not giving him a huge amount of turn and bounce. 87 for 1 Pakistan, Abid's 42, Azhar is 20.
Yeah, and the light meter is on. The light meter has just been tucked into the pocket of Michael Gough, the fourth umpire again. We said it earlier. Why do they not have the light meter on their person anyway? But it's been brought on again, I think. Azhar 20, Abid 42, and the light meter reading, what do you reckon? About 600, 700?
I really don't know how it works. I think it's as scientific as the weather forecast that we keep referring to.
Yeah. Well, last night Don Bess must have had a glance at the light meter, or somebody's told him. But he said when they went off a bad light after the follow-on was enforced, the light meter was showing 430 as Anderson comes in, bowls to Azhar, who's correctly into line and defends down the ground. So I'll take over for the next half hour, James, which has gone past 6 o'clock. Whereas I think they were coming off with the light at 700 in the previous Test match at the Ageas Bowl, when there was all that hoo-ha, and the TV company and the media were up in arms about the umpires.
Presumably the higher the number